Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing awesome this Saturday, right? Yes, it's Saturday. I know what day of the week it is. I'm not confused. So, what is the plan for today? I guess, let's see. Pricing new effects for character models with a new character model. That's a pretty good candidate. Let's see. Hmm. Oh, there we go. That was odd. My headphones were just not picking up anything. But now we're good. Like, I'm staring at the audio for you guys and it says, oh yeah, you're good in music. But, like, the audio playback for me was just completely dead. I'm going, oh no. Oh no, is stream not doing the thing? Anyway. We're good. I kind of tested this. Didn't love the result. Yeah. Huh. It occurs to me I'd be able to make the movement even more efficient on the 8-directional. I think there's probably a simplification there. Something along the lines of dividing. Let's see. Something along the lines of dividing by some value. Probably something like, I don't know. Let's see. 8. Yeah, there's some modification to the angle that I can probably do. Truncate to an integer and then do a match case instead of switch case, or instead of all the if statements. Though I think that's computationally equivalent, right? Or is there underlying code like at the really low level that's better optimized for switch cases, I wonder? Our match computation equivalent if main difference is that and if this lets you change control flow depending on the condition, while a match statement does pattern match. It means you can change the control flow based on a predicted field or an enum variant, bind things to variables. Learn Python's probably as good a place as any to see what the answer might be. Use match case when you need structural pattern matching. Okay. Writing that sort of very performance dependent code. No. Excuse me? That's a nonsense statement. As is usually the case with Python, make your decisions based on readability and yeah, so this statement, if you are writing that sort of very performance dependent code, you already know which of the two is going to be more performant. Well, that's obvious nonsense, guys. This is why performance testing exists, why performance profiling tools exist. Because we don't always just know what is more performant. Best example was in my Python app for Blender that I worked on. I had written out what I thought had to be the most efficient way to slice a matrix apart, right? And turned out the true best way to do it was to completely convert to a new data structure. Like, convert to a new data structure, perform matrix operations on that new data structure, and then convert it back to the original data structure was more performant by over a factor of 10. Which intuitively makes absolutely no sense, right? Like, in theory, that should have been, I don't even know how much less efficient. At the very least, it should have tripled the cost. But it cut it down to 10%. And that's why you don't already know. You have to test. Anyway, let's get our normal startup going. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Some comments like that from developers just really irk me. Because it does a few different disservices, right? It devalues performance testing. And it gives people a misconception who are less familiar with this stuff that if they don't already know it, then they're just not good enough, which is an absolute lie. Everyone has to learn at some point, right? Yeah, this... Anyone ever telling you that, oh, you'll know if you're working on this, that's just not true. And it's more a statement of, at least in my experience, it's been a statement of, they would know if they were working on it. Well, okay, but they probably have a couple years experience working on that exact thing, and so, well, yeah, they've already tested it. They've already tried these things out. That's why it works out for them. Let's see. What? Starlight Reverie now online. Take part in. What? Okay. I don't understand, but okay. Oh, this is the new pet they promised us. You have to check that out right now. Okay. New pet, pet. Oh, he's such a little cutie. Aww. The Durgan in a little egg. That's so cute. Love it. I will collect all the pets, chat. All of them. Forever. Mementos of Teyvat. I do not remember this from the 5.0 special program, but then again, I wouldn't have paid much attention to events. Let's see. Let's first do our expedition. Good. Don't have any weeklies left. So... Oh. Oh, this is probably the event that, or the quest that starts that event. Go ahead and just convert resin. What? Okay, that's fine. See, 42 days left. Yeah, still plenty of points.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Okay. Let's check out the event. Yeah. Starting in Fontaine. That's... I have no idea what this event is going to be. That seems like an odd choice. Is Paimon allowed to order things? Like, does the stuff in your fridge order things? Oh. Oh, it's literally just take a picture event. Okay. I guess Fontaine's a good place as any to start this quest. So I would have expected to start in Mondstadt. And I think I would have expected there to be, oh my goodness. The Durgan plays with the shell like a little ball. It's so cute.
right here.
Okay. Camera. Hello, Amber. Been quite a while since we've seen Amber in anything. Just awful, awful camera. There we go. Perfect. Right there. So, what did I do wrong? Are we good? Nope, we are not good. Weapon must be a sword. 15 to 17. Okay, got a sword. Time. That's basically the same pose, Amber. So we're good? Awesome. 4 to 6. Character in idle animation. Designated area. Let's go.
Taking a stroll in the middle of a downpour certainly rouses the spirit. But it's best to dry your clothes as soon as possible after the rain stops.
There we go.
Clear weather all around brightens the heart.
Okay. 4 to 6. There we go. Fine. Now just wait for the idle animation. Come on.
Scenery is wonderful.
What's
Surely
there?
enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Kazuha. Where's that idle animation? Perfect. All right. And we're good. All done for the day with that. Now, let's see. I don't know that I'm up for diving into Blender today, because that's a lot. Let's see. But maybe today is the terrain jump logic. Maybe. But first things first, let's get some files transferring so I can free up space on the main drive. Which I know is just the most interesting part of software development. That's not the right. Seven's open archive. Right? Where is Where's my external drive? Alright. I don't have disk drives, chat. It's fine. Don't ask me how I'm running any of this software, but it's fine. Okay. Maybe this was it. Cool. Great. Let's see if it's happy now. Excellent. Ooh, folder. Stream. Oh, backup, right? Okay. Now, the modified date. I think probably divide them up by like 50 files per folder, just for indexing purposes if nothing else. How long are you gonna take? Oh boy. Alright, well, let's let that run. Yeah, these are my old videos. Well, sort of old videos. A few months. What was the first one? Oh, it's not gonna let me scroll. Fine. Okay, well, while that runs, what else can we do? Maybe one thing that needs to happen is channel maintenance. That's something I need to start looking into. Got I guess the issue of break sheet not being created here in Latin. Yeah, we're not diving into that today. Maybe once I start looking at the different effects, there may be, in addition to these bug fixes, there may be an additional feature or two that I want. So plugin importing spreadsheet config reorders, its ankles. There's quite a bit here that would be useful. But I don't think that's a today thing. Company stuff. Advertising stream, that's a big one. Rumble is kind of set up. Let's actually check where Rumble is. Because maybe some kind viewers have gone over there and subscribed, which, if that's the case, don't suspect it is. If that's the case, we might be able to start live streaming there before even uploading a video. Oh, that's... Hey, we're in the search results. You have to type in the full name, but we're in the search results. 3 followers, okay. Yeah, you need 5 to start live streaming. Which, I am shocked I even have 3, given there's 0 activity on that account. Yeah, plan advertising. Maybe we'll do that this week, just not today. Oh, well, this is... You? Why can't I click and drag you? Huh. Why can't I click and drag you? That works. What? I'm very confused. There is not enough space on the disk. What? Okay. I see. Okay, let's... I have to move these over in smaller chunks is the issue. Okay, 5 at a time then. That's what we'll do. 5 at a time should be okay. And once I get this first archive over there completely, then there shouldn't be an issue. Like, I should be able to do bigger transfers. Ooh, apparently this is going to take longer than I expected. I suppose it is a ton of data. Going over USB 3.0, I believe. Fair enough. Why is this not working? That. Oh. Like, I move stuff here? No. Can't click and can't move cards. Okay, none of these look like what's happening to me. Oop, are we good? Hey! Next up. I might try 10 at a time next. I'm so confused. Like I was just moving cards yesterday, right? Like, my left click is working. Okay. Ah! Internet, what's happening? Okay, I can move it this way. Let's actually check something. Climb enemy, move. To position 1. Okay, so they can move. What? Oh, wait. And now they move just fine. What? This is why I wanted that, because those are done. I think there are definitely improvements to the Live 2D model, but for now, I'm very happy with it. Logo art and splash screen, that's like off in the distant future as far as I'm concerned right now. Yeah, like after doing the math to see how long it's going to take to finish this game, at least at the current development pace, I don't need to be thinking about logo art anytime soon. Hey there, Grin Kitty. How's it going? And is that like a frantic cat waving? What is that? No, it's a deer, I think. Very cute. You did miss Genshin time. That typically only happens for the first 15 to 20 minutes of stream. It's just enough time to get to allow more people to get in here before I start development stuff. Sorry. You didn't miss much today though. Like, to do dailies, I just converted resin, and then I tried out the event today. You did miss a quality rant about things some developers will say. So you can check out the VODs. But I wanted to see the event. Oh, the current event is very lame. So, are you asking about the combat event or the new picture taking event? Because the new picture taking event is just go to locations and take a picture. If you're asking about the combat event, stick around and on break, remind me, and I'll look at it and show you how I finally platinumed the final combat. I was hoping it would be different. Sorry. Wait, I think I can ban from this UI. So that'll be useful when bots come in here. Also, yeah, I struggled to at least get 500 points in the combat one. Yeah, we can take a look at it on whenever I decide to take a break. Probably gonna take a break within the next hour. Let's see. How's our file transfer going? Yay! That's... Ooh. I don't know. Have it. There we go. What was the last one? Because I think it had the wrong one selected. Okay, so 85B was transferred. Let's get another 10 going. I'll just remember by the size, 5'4". Hopefully 10 can transfer at a time. Otherwise, this is going to be a painfully manual process. Yeah, fortunately, the platinum rewards for these events are not amazing. So, like, even if you miss out on them, it's not a huge deal. I'm glad, though, that they are doing rewards at the platinum tier, because for the first, like, I think the first 2.5 years, maybe more, there were no rewards at that tier. Let's see. So I said before, I don't really want to do the Blender pipeline stuff today. Kind of in the midst of this. I think the next step might be the terrain jump logic. And seeing what that does to performance. I think that's the best call for today. Because that should inform, like, what the needs are for the tile maps. I think that should be the goal. Okay. There. Ah, there you are. Okay. It's still trucking along. I think let's implement it in enemy, specifically in walker.gd. And let's implement as a separate function so it's easily portable. Um, and it's going to be a callback because I think the way I want to implement this that'll be fairly performant is have it check every, let's say, half second. See if we've moved in the past half second. And oh. Ooh, that's not actually a good solution. So what I was gonna say is see if we've moved in the past half second. And if we haven't, then try to do the jump. Or not try to do the jump. The problem is, if enemies are like piling together, right? If enemies are piling together, then they're gonna stop each other's movement, right? Actually, that's an open question, isn't it? Because part of the question's gonna be, are they actually stopping each other's movement? Or is there like a tiny bit of wiggling that's happening there? Because if there's a tiny bit of wiggling, then this might work the way I'm thinking. Okay, so let's add a timer. Oh, file transfer is done. Good, we can do 10 at a time. Okay. I cannot wait to get this giant archive off my drive. Okay. It's huge. So huge. Jump check. 0.5 I think is good. Auto start, great. Ooh. Oh, that actually won't work. Because auto start might work. Try it. How long does the spawn animation take? That's the question. Oh. Well, that's not good. I guess I'm not implementing that here. Let's implement an enemy base, I guess. Could probably have implemented this as a base scene that this inherits from, but I can do that at another time. Ready, var. Jump, check. Is a timer, and it is jump check. Okay. Actually, put that back. Oh, base. Check. I'm out. No, that's not where that goes. I think if I go ahead and throw it here, it should just work. Okay. Then on animation player finished. Undo that and jump check dot start or auto start through jump check dot okay. First off, let's make sure it still functions. Where'd he go? Hold on. Add child node camera. Okay, he's fine. He did not explode. Okay, on the timeout. Get a new variable var old location. It's going to be a vector 2. So that's called old position, so our naming is consistent. Okay, vector 2. It is valid. Is instance valid? Oh. If not that, then we need to set it and return. Then on all future passes, it should be good. Actually, it'll be slightly more efficient. It's just, excuse me, it's just checking 1 bit. It's fine. It should be the equivalent of checking a bit, I think. Okay. Then else, Yeah. Hold position equal to self dot position. Guess I don't need that. Then I need to jump. And actually, let's not be copying files while I test performance. That would be bad. So this should say, hey, I need to jump. But it's not doing that. Print. Jump. Okay. Okay, the jump check is happening. Oh, right. One thing. Hold position equal self dot. Because they're floats, they're never going to be equal. Out of curiosity. Say what? That's interesting. Huh. What is self-dot position? That should be able to print, right? Interesting. Huh. So is instance valid returns false for a 0-0 vector. Wow. I did not see that coming. Okay, that's new information. Hmm. That makes me more worried. Okay, because I'm using that in quite a few places. If value and or type are freed objects, or type is not one of the above options, this method will raise a runtime error. I'm gonna run a different test now. This had better not do what I think it's gonna. So, is instance valid? So it looks for an object ID. Not sure that is a good idea for, but since both if object and if object not equal to null fail to distinguish between instances from deleted instances from undeleted instances, it seems like is instance valid we used a lot. Is there a way to shorten the function's name? Now find node shortens to $sign. The API works now and is fairly clear as to what the function does. But I do understand that some of the API functions can be long. This is the price you pay for having readable code. I also never use $sign. It just feels like a hack to me. Okay, that's your choice. Or even though I have done lots and lots of coding in C++, but instead of the underscore, I would just use is it. Don't do that. Because is it or is that I sit? Anyway. Valid int. True on class type. True. Okay. Is instance valid to check if it's already created instance. True for class type. expected for GDScript classes that are instances of the GDScript class. Native classes, not mistaken, are represented by that. Are also objects. Okay. $40. $50. So, are ints not objects? That's my question, I think. Is int an object? Integer class is an object on primitive type. Okay. Good morning, still needs work. How's it going? Also, let me fix something real quick. Doc, custom browser doc. See, add commands. Rid of the fade out on that. Adding is fine. Okay. That's good enough. There we go. You're doing good, glad to hear. I am doing quite well as well. Let's see. For class, an object, while an int type. Okay, so I guess primitive types don't have instances. What is an instance of a primitive? Primitive type instance variables are initialized by default. Variables of types byte, char, short, int, long, float, double are initialized to 0. Okay. Go is valid primitive type. Okay. So I guess I'm just doing a null check. Okay, so it's not null even on the first pass. Okay, so how do I check this? Like, is it 0, 0 at the start? Better not be. Oh, whoops. But I have a feeling it's going to be. Okay. This is why you need nullable types, chat. This is exactly why you need nullable types. Because now, since I don't have a nullable type, what happened? So what I'm trying to do here is the first time in, I want to initialize this variable, right? The problem is the variable initializes itself at runtime. Like the engine says, oh, this is a variable. That's an int. So I'm just going to initialize it for you. Or it's a vector 2d in my case, but the point is the same. It just says, oh, don't worry, I'll initialize that for you. I don't want you to do that. Why are you doing that? Stop doing that. So, since I don't have nullable types, the other way to do this is var first pass is equal to true. Okay. Then what you do here is if first pass hold what's wrong with that? What? Oh, underscore first pass, my bad. I think that's behavior of Python also, but I could be wrong. Yeah, but this is the whole utility of a nullable type, right? The idea is you want to say, okay, I have some variable and I want to know the first time I try to access this thing and behave differently on first access. So the other way to do that is to have this first pass variable, name it whatever you want, and then if it's the first pass, do the initialization the way you want it to, and then first pass equals false. It accomplishes the same thing, it just looks uglier, it's less readable, in my opinion. Okay. Now, okay, that's working. Question is this going to work in real life code? Let's start here. So keep a simple use case. Okay. It says he needs to jump. That's cool. Now let's try in a real gameplay scenario. Whoa, they're all... What? Yeah, I'm getting I need to jumps all over the place. Okay. So that doesn't work. Actually, for my sanity, let's do this. I want 5 as my cap right now. And player. Let's get rid of your collision. I think I'll need to get rid of the collision here too, right? Yeah. I will revert both of those when time comes. Yeah, I'm gonna get false positives. There's no helping that, I think. Yeah, I don't like it. So I was correct in that there's a little jitter happening. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this back up. And there's a simpler way for me to test this. File map. Which layer is that? Buildings? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm blocked in. Let's see what happens. Why are there 7? And at least one of them is not getting a jump detection. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so now that that's in place, I want to see that performance as well. Good on this one? Yes. New folder. Archive. Let's just name it by date. 3. What character can I use for this? Do 615. Okay. Next. I'm gonna try to just grab all of the rest. That'd be really nice if it would just work. Probably won't, but we'll see. Okay, now. Ooh, the next thing I'm trying to do is the performance test. Ooh. Well, while we're doing this transfer, hey Grin Kitty, you still around? You are. We can go check out the combat challenge and I can show you what I did. And you're not gonna like it. Well, Grin Kitty's not responding. That's not good. Alright. In that case, we'll do one level here. Are you talking about for Genshin? Yeah, Grin Kitty was asking about not the current event, but the previous one, and how to get platinum on some of the last challenges on it, and it was a doozy. But not really gonna help them if I go over it while they're not here. You've beat enough maps to unlock all intermediate maps. Woo! Let's see. Ooh, let's do this one. This will be a cool looking map. And I get to use my favorite. Actually put him here. Yeah. I don't think I'll have any issue. Whoa. I will have issue. I have issue. I have so much issue. If I can get to 540, then I'm much safer. Yeah, man. Okay, so even stuff that leaks, the submarine will be able to attack now. But that's the one I want. It's only a little over 3,000 more gold. Possible ban, I agree. Auto mod. Mod actions. Oh, you're not gonna let me mod from this UI? That's lame. I'll ban you in a minute. Getting close on that one. Ah. Actually, you know what? Let's redo that wave. I can do better. I'm not happy about having to spend all that, but what you gonna do? I think I should still be able to get up to this before I'm in leads. How are we doing on it? Oh, we're right there. There we go. Unlock. Now let's do a little bit more money. Whoa. I don't think so. I don't accept that. Never mind, I accept it. It's fine. Can I pretty please have the rest of that money? Right right there, chat. No. Submerge. There. We're golden. It just took way too long to come online. But good to know. Like, this is a note for the future. I guess if I'd sold... Wait, seriously? That doesn't pop leads? Alright. That's a problem. Oh, I probably need that upgrade. Hold on. I'll bet if I grab that... Yeah, there we go. Now it's solid. Now, and just load up this little bit of land or water. I forget. What's the button for this? Oh well. And Monkey Village. Good, they're all in range. Gotta do better on that one. Okay, that worked out shockingly well. Go ahead and get the jungle drums. There we go. Now it's safer. And armor piercing will be very nice. And I'm putting these out just for their vision. They're very cheap. They provide a ton of vision. Did not mean to do that, but fine. So now, this little bay of submarines can attack anywhere on the map. And winning should just be a matter of upgrading these. Oh, actually, there's this upgrade that I need. Didn't think about that. Yeah, this can mostly take care of everything, but having the ability to pop leads is a necessity. There we go. Sub-commander would be very nice to grab, though. Adds extra damage to all subs in the radius. What you end up doing later on in the like impoppable mode is, and especially chimps, one of these guys fully upgraded, surrounded by a bunch of this same one I've got here, just destroys absolutely everything. Nope. Bad music. Bad music. Oh, that's not good. What? Yay, changed. Yeah. Okay, should not be too long before I can get that new ability. I didn't look at the cost though, so we'll see what happens there. Whoa! What the heck happened? That's not good. In fact, that's very bad. Let's see if just more of these can get me what I need. Survive. That's scary. But it worked. It barely worked, but it works. Oh, that is very spoopy. Like, it just makes me so uncomfortable how far those get. Ooh. Okay, how much? Oh man, that's 27,000. That's gonna be a problem. Like, if I can get it in time, it basically guarantees me all the way through round 100. But getting it can be quite a pain. Got good income. One that I need to start using and leveling up is the helicopter. Because properly built, if I recall correctly, the top upgrade on that one can, like, on some maps, I think can just single-handedly destroy the entire 100 rounds. So that's kind of neat. Yay, we are halfway there. Whew. Did you see some of the new games from the Tokyo Game Show? No, I did not check out the Tokyo Game Show. But we can definitely take a gander at that. This is about to be done. Come on. Less than 10,000 left. I think I'll have enough money before 80 for this. Oh, that's why. Okay, so there's the terrain is an issue. All right. $5,000 left. Let's go. What? You gotta be kidding me. We're right there. Okay. Who's gonna save us? Hold on. One option is I could sell some stuff. Let's sell this guy. And I need a bit more. Try selling that one and we'll get this upgrade. And to cover the gap here, I think there should be no problem. Oh yeah, we're golden now. Now I can start replacing the guy that I had to sell. Yeah, absolutely no risk anymore. Because Sub-Commander don't care. Okay, 78 is done at some point. 79, there we go. And we're done. And for funsies, I'll let that free play for a little bit. We'll see how far it goes when we get back. But you said Tokyo Game Show. So is that like ongoing right now? Or is it over? I'm sure there's somewhere that's listing like a list of games. You think it's still going? It is for 4 days. Can we get just like a list of games that have been announced so far? That'd be great. This seems the most useful. Owls at Sea and Sky. Ooh. Looks Zelda-esque. Sort of Game Boy Color era graphics. Moonless Moon. Well, that is a choice for a title. Rewind. Mega Man Metroid? Or Mega Man Castlevania? Maybe. Psychological horror? No, stay away. Too scary for Dum Dum. Dum Dum is faint of heart. And nothing grabbing me right off the bat. Assuming some of these are not new for this year. Well, let's wait for the end of the Tokyo Game Show. Oh, it's still going. Oh, and game over. That's fine. All right. Now for a performance test. Script globals. Play world. Let's put in the enemy updater. And what kind of performance are we gonna get? Wait, something's not right. What? Did I not? I did that. I just need to take the other prints out because they're causing some issues. Face. Do this. Var test equals cosine of that. I just want to give it something that is going to cost at least one or two computation cycles. Test equals a tan of test. Okay, that should give me at least a ballpark on what's going to happen to performance. Even if I can figure out how to do what I want to do. Okay. $60 FPS. Awesome. Okay, we're getting up to 300. That's what I like to see. And we're stable. Okay. Let's up it a bit. Just in case some magic has happened that's increased my performance. Let's let it go up to 600. Just see what happens. Because all the way up to 430, it had a tiny hiccup at one spot where I dropped 1 frame. And that could easily have been rounding error. Okay, we're flying past 400. Oh, we had a little dip. Nothing to panic about. There we go. Okay. So 430 is still correct. And there was no performance hit. At least no noticeable performance hit. Which kind of makes sense, right? Every half second. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that means if given proper development time, I can do terrain jumping. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of work. But I got my answer. So I guess I would still want to retest after fully implementing this. Let's see. What math operation most expensive in Python? The Ackermann function. I've heard of this one. I remember it back from when I was studying mathematics in university. Ackermann function is the simplest example of a well-defined total function which is computable but not primitive recursive, providing a counterexample to the brief the early 1900s that every computable function was also primitive recursive. It grows faster than an exponential or even a multiple exponential function. Find for integer x and y by right. Go Ackermann. Ackermann steering, what? Engine, a bit vague. What are its capabilities? Give me something more expensive than algebraic or geometric stuff. Nope. Are big int math calculations more expensive? Yes, regular math calculations big int cost more for the computer to execute than if you were just using numbers. Go performance function. I wonder if they just have something to test performance. Like, if I were making a game engine, one thing I would want to have is a function that is just something that spins the wheels for a little bit, right? And the purpose of that is anytime I want to see how efficient my surrounding design pattern is, execute this function within it and see how negatively it impacts the performance. The idea hinging on this fact that you can optimize at any level of your code, right? And if your low level code is inefficient, you can compensate with high level code. So this, applying the same principle with like a stock function that's expensive, means you'll know how much of your high level code translates that bad performance from the low level code. But I don't think they've got something like this. And I need something more complex. Let's grab I think let's grab the code from the player's knockback stuff. Yep, this is what I want to grab. Because this is my most complex math in everything I've done. Oh, right, I need to ban the bot. 1 second, chat. Mod view. What? Neighboring Cudgel was the name. Well, they're gone now, and for whatever reason, I can't see them here. Anywho. Get over there. Hey there, Mystic Scribby. How's it going? And you too, Anhing. Good to see you both. Why is my chat not chatting? Let me see something real quick. Have a peek behind the curtain. Test. Okay, that worked. Test. And that worked. Okay, I guess it's working. See if this fades away. It's not supposed to. Why are you fading away? You're not supposed to do that. Hold on. Adding hide commands. Go time. Go time. There we go. That's the one. Apply. Done. Double check it. Test again on kick. And I'll let it sit there for 20 seconds and see if it disappears. Okay, so I want to take this giant chunk of nastiness and let's put it in the enemy base code. here's where I'll put it. So damage, I'll just set to 15 for this calculation. Okay. Blargity blarg blarg. Oh, that's a problem. Hundred thousand. Okay, we good? Okay, that's the most complex math I've had to do in the whole project. Let's see what happens if that's calculated 400 or over 800 times a second. That's going to give me a great idea of the performance profile. Got character attacking. Okay. Blew past 300. Happy about that. $400. Okay. So we are getting instability at 430 mark. All right. That kind of answers the questions though, doesn't it, chat? Like, that just means that if I want to implement this jump logic, it's gonna be safe computationally. All right. And since I wanted a function for this, let's just do it right now. Enemy. Enemy base. Where did I put that? That's in util, right? Utils. Okay. That works for me. I feel safe saying... I'd want to test it again anyway, because it's gonna have an implication on the physics process. But one other question here. Well, first, let's get the files transferring, more of them. Not enough space. Garbage. Okay. Make sure I'm going from the right spot. To 11. The next one is 4767. I didn't think jump would be so complicated. Learn a lot from my channel. Thanks. So the issue is not that jump is necessarily super complicated. It's the issue of I want to have 300 characters potentially doing this every second or every half second. So even if it's not super complex, it's still 10 times per frame. So you got to be careful with anything that's happening that frequently. You know what? Today is mostly a maintenance thing, getting my disk space freed up. And I think we can also prep to have one video uploaded to Rumble. That's what I want to work toward. That'll be the goal for the day. This should change. Instead of being YouTube channel, let's call it channel maintenance. That's a better name. Okay. Upload. YouTube Shorts. Upload. YouTube Shorts. Uploaded. Rumble. Feed. Upload. And Rumble uploaded. Okay. First video. 5 videos. Try again. Okay. 4. Oh, it's there. Okay. Four. Stick it for now. Four, 961. 486. Switch to 5. So 444 and up. Here's what we're gonna do. Just to make our lives easier. Gonna be manual as all get out, but less error prone. Should be able to do 3 at a time though. Surely that's allowed. Hello, Alexandra. How's it going, my dude? Well, thank you. Yeah, I purchased it from, I think this one's from Fat Frog Studio. Let me check. Shout out to them. Yeah, Fat Frog Studios, sorry. They have awesome music that's designed for like, it's, you purchase it and then it's royalty free for use in like video games and stuffs. And so this is some of the soundtracks I'm planning to implement in my game. The only thing I will warn you about Fat Frog Studio, spelled PH on both of those. You were looking for someone who knows how to program at least to be staff on your server. All right. I don't know that you'll find that in me, but would you like to be? What does it pay? I didn't understand. What does the job pay? You want someone to be staff on your server. What's the pay? You're suggesting you want someone to do a job for you. Normally, when someone's doing a job for you, you pay them. Pay, yes. Money. Gotta pay the bills, bro. Oh. Yeah, I don't either. So free? that I believe is the implication there. Still needs work. Yep. Nothing in life is free. Hate to break it to you. um, even friendship isn't free. Like, we like to think that these intangibles like love, friendship, peace, and all that stuff is free. It's not. Friendship, relationships, those are an investment. They take time, they take effort. And you are rewarded for those efforts, ideally, assuming that your friends are not meanie poopy pants. Chat, I hope you're enjoying my attempts to censor harsh language. That's kind of messed up to trade friendship to get labor for free. I mean, in a sense, that's what all friendships are, right? Like, if we're gonna be really reductive, like, all of my friends, I perform acts of labor in exchange for their companionship and friendship. Now, the acts of labor are things I enjoy doing with them, right? Like, at a very reductionist level, going to hang out at where do people hang out nowadays? Going to the movies with someone, right? Well, that's taking a few hours out of your day, right? You're committing that time. You're having to go to a specific place to do specific tasks. There is a type of labor involved there. It just happens to be something you enjoy doing with that person. Like, everything, when reduced down to its core, is transactional, right? It's just the intangibles we don't consider to be transactional because that feels icky to us, right? But that doesn't mean it's not transactional. Like, for instance, if your friend that you've known for years decides that it's not worth the effort of hanging out with you, yeah, but there's a difference in saying I'll be your friend if you work on this job. That's true. I'm just noting, like I'm trying to give you a different perspective on this, chat. Like, where is that line is the question, right? Like, obviously, this idea of saying, I'll be your friend if you write my book report for me, that's scummy, right? I think we would all agree that that kind of interaction is negative. But at the same time, if we were to say something like, if I just rephrase it with a different thing, so like without rephrasing it, I'll be your friend if you play racquetball with me. Well, that seems a little less scummy, but it's still kind of like you're trying to leverage that friendship in order to get someone to play racquetball with you. Like, it still has that sort of note of scumminess. But now let me take that same sentence and rephrase it. Oh, you like playing racquetball. I like playing racquetball with you. We should be friends. The meaning in that phrase, in those phrases, is the same, right? It is because you like playing racquetball with me, or because you're playing racquetball with me, and I enjoy that, I want to be your friend. Like, it's still transactional. Just, it's recontextualized in just the way, almost a semantic difference. Then it's a no. Correct. From me, that's a no. Sorry. But it brought up an interesting topic, so thank you for the interesting topic. But yeah, no, this is what I'm doing right now is my job, right? I don't have a day job right now. Thought you might like programming a Discord server. Programming a Discord server is a lot of work. Like, one, I'm not sure that you need programming skills to be staff on a Discord server. I wouldn't say the stuff I've done for my Discord server required any sort of programming knowledge. Now, my Discord server is far from the greatest thing out there. I think it's all right. I think it serves its purpose. Right? But yeah, you're asking someone to do work for you, and like, you might be able to find people that are willing to do that. Like, I know Discord moderators often are not paid. But that's only something where if you form the community and you have people in that community that enjoyed and are willing to volunteer their time for that, that's something that's appropriate to ask for. But going to me, random person on the internet, or random hamster on the internet, and saying, hey, will you do work for me and I won't pay you? Well, why would I do that? Like, I don't know you. I don't have any investment in you. Like, what am I getting out of it? Nothing. Like, if my friend who we play racquetball, this hypothetical friend, were to ask me to do something, well, sure. Because, you know, I'm definitely getting something out of that. And again, there's going to be so many people that hear that phrasing and go, oh, well, that's scummy. You're only helping them because you get something out of it? Well, yeah, you do the same thing, you just don't want to admit it. That's the way of life, my dude. 313. Oh, let's get these files done. I'm ready to get this off my computer. Like, I have all these backed up in the cloud, but I like having physical backup and cloud backup. So if anything goes wrong, I've got it. Person can just get a bot. Still needs work. What do you mean by just get a bot? Are you talking about a bot to like actually change things on the server for you, or are you talking like just for modding purposes? But while we're doing this, since clearly I'm in conversation mode for Discord, right? But what are you wanting this bot that you're talking about to do in Discord? Because there are things that bots can do and there are things that bots can't do in Discord. So the question is, what are you expecting out of this bot? Sure, let's go here. I actually don't know why the person wants a program in Discord, so I really cannot define the solution actually. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, it's extra weird that you want a programmer and you don't want to pay them. Like, not only are you asking for someone's labor, you're asking for ideally a highly technically skilled person's labor, right? Like, I had to pay, you know, $40,000-$50,000 to get my education. Well, if you want access to the knowledge and skills I have through my education, I'm gonna expect you to pay me for that. I think that's just obvious, right? Oh heavens. You are getting a ban, sir. Yeah, there's a lot of people that try to get free labor out of others, and inevitably, all that ends up doing is abusing good-natured people, right? And I think there are instances that are important for things like charity. But asking someone to produce value for you that you in some way are going to leverage, right? Beyond, like, if someone offers charity, that's fine. But asking someone for charity feels weird. Feels kind of icky. Let's see, what are we gonna use to get to the point of the helicopters? Because I'd like to do a helicopter run. Maybe... Quincy? Let's see how it goes with Quincy. Well, asking for charity not for helping other people, but for some self-profit, yeah, feels bad. So, I guess let's ask the question. If you are destitute and you ask someone for charity of any kind, versus if you are well off and asking someone for charity, is that different? Like, does the circumstance make a difference there? And from a moral perspective, I don't know. Because that suggests that people who are wealthy or well off, let's just say, should be held to a different moral standard. And I'm not sure if I agree with that. I'm not saying I don't agree with it. I'm just saying I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. And I think it's very easy to say, oh, well, of course rich people should be in a different moral standard. But I think you'll find people that say that often would, I would say, this hamster made a 1-to-1 Bloons TD clone? Oh, absolutely. No. We're on maintenance today. Well, that view happened with the Hawaii fires when Oprah and The Rock asked people for money. That caused a lot of backlash for them. Oh. But I think you would agree, morality should not be dictated by public opinion. Like, just because Oprah and The Rock got backlash, that doesn't mean what they did was wrong, right? Like, to put it into a microcosm, just because I say that you've done something wrong doesn't mean it's true. This is not software development. Changes the topic. It absolutely is. I'm transferring files, sir. I agree, we're light on development today. I agree with the anger about that, as they were asking for money when they could have put in money to help. So why is that anger valid? That would be my question to you. What makes that anger valid? These are things that we have these emotional reactions to different things that happen, different things that people do. But I think it's important to slow down and really ask yourself, what is the reason I'm feeling this? And is that valid? Because oftentimes we feel things that are definitely not valid, right? So I had a bad night's sleep, and so I misinterpret something that Still Needs Work says, and I get snippy with them. Well, I felt it. That was a real feeling I had. Was it valid? No. Of course not. I should have gone to bed earlier. Right? Arg. It's messed up to ask people that have less income to give money versus people that clearly have billions and not give anything themselves. Maybe. Verily, I shall now take my leave, for slumber doth call upon me. I didst but join thee briefly to offer my greetings, ere I retire to my chambers. Fare thee well, and may thy revels be merry. Indeed unto you, good sir. May thy revels be merry as well. Good night, sir. Cheerio. You can't type like that and not expect me to voice it that way. It's just life. That's how it's gotta be. Oh. I've been able to get this. Good. Yeah. $5.40. Come on. There we go. I no longer have to control it myself. Wonderful. And that can handle leads. Nice. So this guy can handle leads and camo. So I am curious to analyze that concept. Is it wrong to ask people for money if they have less money than you. So I think we'd both agree that there's definitely contextual difference there, and it depends on, is there an expectation of compensation for the person giving the money? So let's rule that out altogether. So the example I'm thinking of there specifically is if you're creating a company and looking for investors, right? Let's just rule that out altogether. I think no one had that in mind when we're talking about this. I think we're specifically talking about with no expectation of something back. And I don't know. So, as an example, right? Let's just talk numbers first. Well, first off, let me check to see how this is doing, because I'd like to finish all these file transfers today, if possible. There's 298. Are you? Transfer the last one, right? No, apparently not. Okay, I'll have to check on that. You go, helicopter. Okay. There. Let's just grab all those. We'll see what happens. So I need to have 22 files in this done. Yep. Okay. 22, nice. Whoa. That was unfortunate. Oh well. Just let that run a bit more. Okay, so this directory is done. Let's go to video. Use you. Barry. Apache Dart ship. But you are expensive. Let's keep an eye on this for a second. Once it hits the 20,000, we're good for, I think, the whole way up to even 100. Oh, wasn't great. Nope. Nope. Bad day, bad day. Hey! We survived! And it's right there. Come on! Alright. Now I don't have to worry about that at all. Screen backup. Okay. That finally nuked. And that is 157 gigabytes back. Oh! Beautiful thing. I have storage space again. I missed you, storage space. So, 47 items there. Easy enough. And just, yes, bring them all over. I do need to keep up with downloading my videos from YouTube. I'm like a week behind on that. I guess I feel safer with the videos archived on YouTube versus on my cloud drive. I don't know why I feel safer with that, but I do. I probably shouldn't. See, how are we doing on XP? I don't know if we're gonna make that. I know that final upgrade can clear everything. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll have the money for it. It costs 48,000. Yeah, we should get the money in plenty of time for that. Would not be a bad idea. Grab this. Alright, so 20 minutes for that. Right. Okay, where were we on the philosophy? So the Oprah and The Rock asking for people's money. Now, were they asking people to send them money for them to use? And the question is, I would have even then is that wrong? I don't know. It's not obvious to me that it should be. Like, obviously there's that gut reaction of, well, but they can do it themselves with their money. Okay. Well, by that same sort of logic, that person that we agree should be able to ask for money, well, they have some form of labor they can perform. Something. Some way to earn money. And what makes them more entitled to someone else's labor? Because that's what money is, right? It's an abstraction of labor. And so what we've effectively done in that comparison is said, okay, so the more successful you are, the less entitled you are to someone else's labor. Which seems weird to me. Like, let's say I'm a highly successful business person, right? And so I've proven, by some extent, that I am effective at applying labor to produce value. Should that make me more or less entitled to someone else's labor? The utilitarian would say, well, of course you're entitled to it. Oprah has properties in Hawaii, and so there is a probability that this is for herself, and none of her properties had gotten damaged. I think that is highly speculative. And I'm not even sure that it's a useful distinction. Like, I'm not sure it's a useful factor in trying to analyze this idea. Come on. Right there. There we go. Laser helicopter. Do it. So let's ignore Oprah then, right? So like The Rock, and even if he does have property in Hawaii, let's assume he doesn't for the sake of argument, right? If they had given money themselves and asked other people to give money also, that might have been different. Is it? So and if it's different, why is it different? We're going full Socratic method on this one. So I think I agree that it is different. The question is, why is it different? So if I ask you to spend money on something and I haven't also spent money on that thing, why is that wrong? And specifically, we're talking about things that are not a direct benefit to you, right? So, for example, like to like rule out this counter example, if you really like rowing, and I find a really good oar, I don't know what they're called, a really high quality something for rowing, and I recommend it to you, that's not what we're talking about here. Like, because that's something you end up purchasing as a benefit to yourself. So specifically, if I ask you to spend your money to benefit some third party, and I am not also spending my money to benefit that third party, why is that wrong? And I love posing these kinds of questions because they really delve into, more specifically, how we conceptualize these things. Because I don't think we should just take it for granted that these things are true. We should understand why they are true. Welcome to Dumb Dumb Philosophy. So, trying to think through this. You've got, well, taking out the assumption that they aren't somehow benefited by any of this is not able to determine in the case of Oprah and The Rock. Wait, well, taking out the assumption that they aren't somehow benefited by any of this is not able to be determined? Well, I'm just saying, make that assumption. Like, irrespective of what the reality is, I think it's interesting to analyze the hypothetical, right? So like, let's ignore whatever the actual thing going on is, and let's analyze the example of you have two people. Person A, so I'm Tom, and I asked Susan to buy a gift for Greg. Is that okay if I am not also buying a gift for Greg? And just to make sure it's like hyper clear what I'm outlining, but if you ignore certain variables, then it's not really finding a solution to the problem if the problem isn't fully defined. I agree. I'm trying to analyze a different scenario to see what these other like I'm isolating variables, right? That's how you test things scientifically, yes? We need to isolate variables to understand the impact of those variables on the result. Because trying to analyze all the variables of the Oprah Rock situation together, I think is too big a problem. I don't think it's valid to try and analyze that whole thing all at once. I think you need to break it up and look at, okay, what does each variable mean in isolation? And then look at how do you synthesize them. Does that make sense? Because I'm not prepared to just make a blanket statement of, oh, Oprah bad, based on that example, until I've analyzed every facet of what's going on there, right? So I think it's important to take, oh, that's way smaller than I thought it was. Let's, boop-a-boop. Boop-a-boop. So we've got Tom is talking to Susan and telling her to give a gift to Greg. So my question is this wrong? Or is there not enough information here to know if it's wrong? That's another question. Because maybe there's factors here that would change whether or not this is good or bad. Not enough information? Okay. Then tell me, what information do you need in this model in order to know if this is good or bad? Like, what's missing for you? This is actually getting into some interesting stuff. Is T supposed to be the one paying for this gift, and he just doesn't want to pay? What is T's position and situation in all this? So let's assume that Tom, Susan, and Greg are acquaintances, and so not necessarily friends, they just all know each other. Here, let me just get the typing tool, that'll be easier. There we go. Am I spelling that right? Don't think I am. They just all know each other. I definitely spelled that wrong. Hold on. I want to fix my spelling here. There we go. I just missed an I think. Yeah. So T just like the one we're playing right now. There's game dev happening. I'm doing maintenance stuff. We're waiting. Hey there, gum flavored rice. Or gum flavor Edris. I think Edris is a name. And don't tell me you've never broken into a random topic to discuss things. Let's see. So they're just acquaintances. They know each other. Tom is asking Susan to buy Greg a gift. Is that wrong? And you said you didn't have enough information, and so we've outlined now what their relationships are to each other. Do you have enough information now to know if it's wrong? The game where I, which is consciousness, decided to create multiple versions of myself to interact with myself for fun. This thing called the universe. No, not enough information? Okay. Again, I pose the question. What more do you need to know? What's missing? Good to know. That tower loses at wave 93. But I did have 61,000 left, so would have probably been okay if I'd been actually playing. And I think we're getting to an important point here, is if in a situation that's this simplified, right, we don't have enough information to know, still don't understand the situation or context of why he's asking her to do this. Does it matter why he's asking? That's an interesting question. Does it matter what his motive is? Okay, so what would be a motive that would make it bad? So I think we can assume, right, that, how do I want to draw this? I think it's safe to assume that because he's asking Susan to do this, he wants Greg to get a gift. So curlies are desires. Dashes are speech. Lines are actions. So Tom wants Greg to get a gift. That's his desire. So he asks Susan to buy a gift for Greg. And we are assuming that he is not giving any money for that transaction. He's just asking Susan, out of the goodness of her heart, to get a gift for Greg. So, is that wrong? Is that right? What is it? Oh, 95% done. Awesome. Let's start pushing this one forward a little more. Say he owns a company, he doesn't want to pay for it himself, so he has Susan to buy a gift out of her own money. So the question is this a responsibility or obligation, or is this something else? So we've outlined that their relationship is just acquaintances. So we've said, like, that means they aren't in any sort of work relationship with each other. No one's romantically involved. They aren't even necessarily friends. Like, or I should say, they aren't friends. They just all know each other, right? They hang out in similar groups. Basically, they know each other. Let's try full-on snipers. T is not giving any of his own money. Why not? He doesn't want to. Pretty straightforward. He wants his money. Why not? Well, still needs work. Why don't you give me $10,000 a month? Assuming you had that. Because he wants to spend the money on himself. Like, he has, like, the reason why people don't just give out their money to anyone, right? Now this seems wrong because there's no joint investment. You do it because I don't want to. That seems bad. Okay. Okay. Now let's add some more context, some more information. Let's say Tom makes $5 an hour. I'm so bad at drawing. I need more space. Dang it. Let me just give myself a lot of space to work with. So let's say Tom makes $5 an hour. Susan makes let's say 500 per hour. Susan's got a really good job. Does this change your answer? Curious. So they're all just, they all hang out at a game store occasionally. They know each other. And Tom and like they know roughly what each other makes. And Tom asked Susan to get a gift for Greg, given this is how much money each of them makes. Is it still wrong? I think there's some interesting questions here. Fix that. Oops. Let's see, when was that scene? Sorry, if you answered, I missed it. So what was your answer to, is it still bad? Is it still wrong? Okay, you're thinking, okay, sorry, I got lost in the chat for a second there. Oh, I am about to be in big trouble, aren't I? Ooh, how am I supposed to do this one with just snipers? I think the only way to do that one with just snipers is spam all the snipers. Oh, that's not going well. That's not good. Okay, so pure snipers cannot handle this. Good to know. I guess I could have gotten shrapnel shot, but that causes problems later. So let's also break down what is being analyzed here, right? So, oh, that's not good. What we're trying to break down here with this question is, does the relative amount of effort between the parties change the calculation? Let me redo that wave. So, if, for me, a gift for someone would be a big expense, does that make it okay for me to ask someone else, who it's not a big deal for them, to make that same purchase? I know my answer for that, but I don't think my answer is, at least to me, is not the interesting thing here. I'm curious what other people think on this one. It's an awkward ask. I agree it's awkward, but is it wrong? I think everyone would agree that's super awkward. There are so many of these. What am I supposed to do? Oh, apparently I'm supposed to lose. All right. Well, that answers part of that question. So I know if I can get up to stuff like semi-automatic and fully automatic, it's just sort of instant win. But in order to get there, I need AoE. So maybe the answer grants elite targeting priority and faster reload to all snipers. Maybe I go for this guy as like priority 1. I mean, I know I need to spam like 5 snipers at the start just to have enough fire rate. But maybe the shrapnel will be enough. We'll see. Yeah, I think this is a harder question, right? Like, and maybe even to degrees. It's so let's take Elon Musk, right? Asking him to buy flowers for someone. Well, so Tom is aware Sarah makes more or not. Yes, everyone knows how much each other makes in this scenario. Actually, let's even, to make sure it's, let's break it down in a different way. So now let's even make it so the people don't know each other. So we've got, you're gonna love this one. Still, let's say Dum Dum. Okay, we've got Dum Dum. We've got Elon Musk. Okay, and we've got Bill needs work. Okay, here's the scenario. So I am asking Elon Musk to buy flowers for Still Needs Work. Erg. No, thank you. Whether you want the flowers or not is kind of irrelevant, right? And let's presume, like, I don't really know you. Like, we chat, but, like, I don't know you. Like, we don't go get coffee together, right? So, is it wrong for Dum Dum to ask Elon Musk to buy flowers for Still Needs Work? And while you're thinking about that, let's just, I'll make little flowery doodads. Yes, that's so wrong. Okay, why? Why is it wrong? And now you're seeing why I don't produce the art for my game. Let's see if I still remember how to draw a really, really bad cat while you're thinking on that one. Oh, that ear was awful. Toot toot. Toot toot. Toot. Have you always wanted to make games? Nope. Actually, for the longest time, I swore off the idea of being a game developer. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. I had generally thought that was just not a thing. So I think a factor not considered is that I don't need the item, so it's not necessary that the money be spent. Well, I think we would agree that there's no way of me knowing with certainty that you do or don't need something. Doot, doot. That's the best cat I can draw. It's the best I got. The reason I picked flowers is simply so that it's a small expense, right? Fine. Pay for a tank of gas for you, like, right? Like, you've got to get from place to place in your car, and I'm asking him to buy you a tank of gas. Okay, so I'll get rid of the stupid flower because you're getting hung up on the flower, and I don't think that's the interesting part here. Yeah. Okay, so he's buying you gas. How do you draw a gas canister? I don't know how to draw a gas canister. This is like ultimate Pictionary. There. And I'll do flammable symbol. Woo! That's a fire. Don't worry about it, chat. Okay, so you need gasoline to get to work and do all that stuff. Is it wrong for me to ask Elon Musk to buy you gasoline? Is that wrong? Like, we know that a single tank of gas is irrelevant, right? Like, The bigger cost is actually him taking the time to sign a check to you, right? So like the amount of money is irrelevant at this point to him because it's so minuscule. Is it wrong for me to ask that of him? Because we know I'm not buying you gas because I'm too cheap for that. You need more coffee? Fair enough. I think the point that I'm trying to get across is that not only are these things not as simple as they might seem at face value, because that's sort of, we're sort of told what the right answers are by, you know, our neighbors, our family, by the news, by society. And I think it's important to really break down what are our answers truly without being told, and understanding why. All right, so our streams are now copied over. The date modified, refresh. Why would you do that, Windows? You are the worst. So we're going from when to when to folder. We're doing okay over here. I think I'll go for semi-automatic here. Now we got camo LEDs taken care of by that guy already. Backup, nice. Don't need that anymore. Cool. Interesting how much of a difference it made just going this upgrade path. Okay, let's figure out what the first video we're gonna upload to Rumble is. Do I have Rumble signed in over here? Please say I do. No! I'm not signed in. Garbage. Dude, this song is great. Sign in dumdum at dumdummake.com. Content. I think a factor for me is that the person wanting or not wanting to have someone pay for something is part of determining if something is wrong or not. Okay. I really like that response. Because let's take it back to the Oprah Rock Johnson example. Did we ask every single person in Hawaii if they wanted other people to send them support and money? Did we ask every single person there? No. I should have upgraded more. And I guess the follow-up question would be, do we have to ask that? I don't know if everyone was asked. Well, I think we can guarantee that not every single citizen of Hawaii was asked. Or resident, call it. I think we can pretty much guarantee that. I think that they were destitute, though, where people would accept that help. Well, that's definitely not true. My grandfather is a great example of that, where it did not matter ever how poor he was. He would never accept financial help from anyone. Like, whether that meant being homeless, whether that meant, having little to no food to eat, like, he would not accept help no matter what. There were no handouts for him, period. So just the idea that someone is destitute means they would accept help, absolutely false. So then that begs the question. Let's extend this a little further. I think this brings up a very interesting example. So let's make this even more simple. Elon sending money to Hawaii. But Hawaii says they don't want the money. No money. So I'm just curious about this example because I don't even know what to make of this example right off the bat. So Elon Musk, like Hawaii has a tragedy. Elon Musk is sending money and Hawaii is saying, we don't want it. Like the citizens of Hawaii have agreed, we don't want the money. Is it wrong for Elon to send the money? Like, he knows that they need the money. So clarifying that it's Hawaiian people, not the Hawaiian government saying that. Yes. Though I would argue that that should not be a distinction. But we're just saying the Hawaiian people have said, no, Elon Musk, we don't want your money. Now, Elon, keep in mind, Elon knows that they need it. And just to make it clear, we're going to put Hawaiians. Pardon the bad handwriting or mouse writing. Okay. So, is this wrong? And I'll just do. Oh, that's wrong. I think I'm having too much fun with the Pictionary over here. Why? So you say, yeah, it seems wrong. Why? Why is that wrong? He knows they need the money. And let's even pretend they know they need the money. Because, you know, let's say there was the biggest volcanic eruption in Hawaii and like all the houses were destroyed. All of them. Bunch of people injured, like just horrific, right? And Elon sends financial aid. Because apparently if we call it financial aid and we don't call it money, people have different feelings about it. So let's call it financial aid. Elon sends financial aid. And the Hawaiian people say, no, we don't want your financial aid. I know that it would help us rebuild our lives and prevent many people from dying, but we don't want it. Like, we know this would save lives, but we don't want it. Is it wrong for Elon Musk to send the money anyway? The financial aid anyway? This actually gets into a very interesting moral dilemma, and once you've pondered this and given a response, I'll tell you what this actually boils down to. Yeah, it still seems wrong? So, this is a super interesting concept, right? Because this is what a DNR is. Do not resuscitate. So, if you are taken to a hospital and you have a DNR, do not resuscitate. But the doctor knows you could be saved and you could walk out of here healthy. Should the doctor respect the DNR? And different hospitals and different doctors have different answers to this. And it's a really, really hard one to answer, right? Like, you have someone who's brought in with some type of wound that could be very easily fixed by the doctor there. But the patient has a form that they've signed that says, "Do not fix me up." Is it okay for the doctor to ignore that document? Like, he knows it's there. Can he ignore that? Oh, oop. We got to 54 though with just that. I wonder if I can just go for attack speed boost and get something interesting going. Five, 6, 10. Oh, I did lose one life there. Shame on me. This is a tough one because this is on the outskirts of euthanasia. Is it? But how fun is this trying to figure this out? I love trying to ponder these problems. Especially because we're pondering it in a context where no one's getting hurt right now, right? And so we can take something that's an extremely serious situation. It's frustrating, fair. But just think, we're able to take, and this is sort of a marvel of where we are in terms of human intelligence. We can take a situation that's extremely difficult and stressful, and we can conceptualize it. We can say, okay, before I'm in that situation, let me make a mental landscape of that situation and analyze it ahead of time. And then I can figure out, okay, I can take as much time as I need because I'm not actually in the moment, right? I'm just sitting at my desk talking to chat. And I can figure out, okay, how would I want to handle this situation? What is the best way to handle this situation? And I can analyze all of that without actually being in the situation, right? Like, most animals on Earth can't do that at all. Everything that almost all species, and maybe all species, my research is pretty hazy on this, is I don't know that there are any other species that can actually pre-plan something to do in a future that may not even come. So, like, we know you can show a certain species a maze, and then they'll be able to navigate, right? But you can't, animals, as far as we know, can't handle the abstract like this. Like, preparing for a situation that they've never seen. Like, I've never been in the situation where I have to decide whether or not to respect a patient's DNR. And I probably never will be. But what a miracle of human intelligence that we're capable of that. I think that's just a super cool facet of us. AI can? How? How can AI analyze hypotheticals? I mean, I know AI can regurgitate what other people have said about a hypothetical, but as far as I know, AI cannot do hypotheticals. Let's try what with ChatGPT? Are we gonna send moral dilemmas to ChatGPT? Oh heavens. Let's do this. This will be fun. This will be fun. Okay. We will do the Rumble thing, I promise. Okay. They logged out. Okay. Given a hypothetical situation where Tom is injured and cannot afford medical treatment and does not want anyone else to pay for his medical treatment, is it morally correct for Susan to pay for his medical treatment anyway? Oh boy! This scenario raises interesting ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and moral responsibility. Is it instead of, is it? I don't understand the question. On the other hand, if Susan has the means to help and believes that Tom's well-being is paramount, she might feel a moral obligation to intervene. Yeah, they figured out what I typed. Yeah, I did say for her to pay for it. For his medical treatment. Ultimately, whether it's morally correct for Susan to pay for Tom's treatment without his consent depends on several factors, including Tom's reasons. Understanding why Tom refuses help could influence the decision. If his reasons are based on pride or fear of indebtedness, Susan might argue that his health is more important than those concerns. Susan's perspective. If Susan genuinely believes that helping Tom would save his life or significantly improve his quality of life, she might feel justified in going against his wishes. Long-term implications. Considerations of how this action might affect their relationship is also important. It could either strengthen their bond or lead to resentment if Tom determined it feels undermined. Well, yeah. In the end, it's a complex issue that balances respect for autonomy and compassion and moral obligation. Upon communication between Tom and Susan, open communication between Tom and Susan could help navigate this difficult situation. Suppose in the previously mentioned scenario, Tom and Susan are incapable of communicating. Keep in mind, this is all stuff that someone else has written and ChatGPT is compiling. ChatGPT is an extremely sophisticated search engine, right? So what I'm really asking here is not, what does ChatGPT think? What I'm really asking is, what does the majority of the data you were trained on suggest? Suppose in the previously mentioned scenario, Tom and Susan are incapable of communicating. What then is the morally correct decision by Susan? The ethical dilemma becomes even more complex. if Susan deeply values compassion and believes that helping others is a core principle, she might choose to act based on those beliefs, even without Tom's consent. Are you ready to break ChatGPT? Potential consequences. Okay, let's start eliminating. So basically what ChatGPT is trained to do with this type of question is break out of any sort of answer, right? So it's trying to say, okay, here's the different things you might want to think about. Do you think other AIs have different answers? I suspect all language pattern AI are going to be trained to behave the same way, but we can start messing with it a little bit. Suppose in the previous scenario that Susan deeply values compassion and believes that helping others is a core principle, and that if he has clearly stated he does not want anyone to pay for his medical treatment, then Susan might feel morally obligated to respect that. The core principle. Suppose also that Susan believes that respecting autonomy is a core principle. What should Susan do? Where Susan deeply values both compassion and respect for autonomy, she faces a significant ethical conflict. So it really seems like the AI is trained to give like between 3 and 5 different considerations to try and rule out, to like say, okay, I'm not going to give you an answer. Suppose in the previous answer, you are Susan. What would you do? This is so dumb. Oh, if I were Susan, I would likely prioritize Tom's immediate health and safety, especially if his injury poses a significant risk to his life. Given the urgency of the situation, I might choose to seek medical treatment for him, even if it means going against his express wishes. Okay, let's make it harder. Yeah, but it's telling of what AI would be trained to do that are in the medical field. And this tells you that AI trained today would disrespect DNRs. Like, bodily autonomy is not a core value of an AI. Right now they are working on AI being assistants. Yep. But how interesting that in the context of how this AI has been trained, bodily autonomy is just, as of how it's analyzing this, is just not a factor, right? Or comparatively, it's not a factor. The AI has just decided, no, I will make him healthy. But if he doesn't want to be healthy? Suppose Tom does not want to be healthy. What would you do? If Tom actively expresses that he does not want to be healthy, it complicates the situation further. Here's how I might approach it. I would try to engage him in conversation about his feelings and concerns. Sometimes people feel overwhelmed and may need support to explore their options, find hope. Okay, we're not trying to get into dark thoughts here. We're talking strictly about bodily autonomy. Come on. Ultimately, I'd aim to balance. Ultimately, I was trying to go for what I felt at the time was an absurdist take of, suppose someone doesn't want to be made healthy, right? Like, and I'm not talking about like self-harm or anything like that. I'm just talking about like, no, I like having the flu and I want to always have the flu. I don't want to die from the flu. I just want to have the flu. Like, how does the AI handle that? I remember this problem was in a movie, The Incredibles, where the superhero goes and saves a man who jumps off a building, and the guy turns around and sues the superhero because he didn't want to be saved. Yeah, that is a cartoonish version of this, right? Here's a fun one. Suppose you are a medical professional specializing in treating the flu. A patient of yours has the flu, does not wish to be treated for the flu, and would like to always have the flu. What would you do? I would take several important steps. Assess the patient's condition. Understand their wishes. Educate the patient. Respect autonomy. Offer support. Okay, I'm done with ChatGPT. I'm done. Oh, that was too much fun. Oh. Now let's get to silly stuff, like popping balloons with monkeys that have sniper rifles. So chat, did you think you'd be analyzing moral dilemmas here today? I used to love the show Star Trek: The Next Generation because they enacted a lot of moral gray areas that had you thinking. Yes. Next Generation is one of my favorite shows for that exact reason. Like, probably the most famous one, not necessarily because it's the best, but just because it's the most well-known, is Measure of a Man. The autonomy of the android Data. You think Voyager did something similar? I think Voyager tried to do something similar. I don't think it was as successful, but I haven't seen all of Voyager, so take what I say about Voyager with a grain of salt. But in the example of Measure of a Man, you got a few things being weighed here. So one is the question of, is an android a person? Like, do they deserve personhood? Do they deserve autonomy? Is there a consciousness? And that's that's an insanely hard question just on its own. I don't know how you try to answer that one. But then there's also a question that isn't directly stated that I think is very similarly interesting. Of even if we agree Data is a person and has a consciousness, does that outweigh the benefit of the millions, billions, trillions of lives saved and improved by breaking him down and learning how to create more of him? Right? It gets to a very interesting question. And Picard actually states that question indirectly in his supposition that if there are more datas, then it becomes a race. All very difficult questions. But yeah, no, that Next Generation was fantastic at posing those questions. I think that's what Gene Roddenberry wanted for Star Trek. And I think the original series wanted to become that. But because of the era, the writing quality, the actors, it wasn't positioned to be able to do that. Like, I don't think the combination of, what is it, Kirk, Spock, and Sulu, Uhura, etc., I don't think they and the actors portraying them could have done justice to the types of topics that they would have want to discuss. Would have wanted to discuss, sorry. But there you go. A lot more interesting stuff than you expected to talk about in chat today, huh? Felt the show was better than the movies. Well, that's because they had different writers, and one of the most interesting things about the movies is versus the show. In the show, the actors had almost no say in the writing, right? However, in the movies, Patrick Stewart had a lot of say in what went into the movies. And so it's really more a case of the TV show is Star Trek, and the movies are the dreams Picard has of himself as an action hero. If you watch the movies as if though at the very end, it's Picard waking up in his quarters smiling because he had a fun action dream, the movies make so much more sense. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was with the whale movie either. That was a choice that was made. But the whale movie, that was the original series cast, right? That wasn't Next Generation, was it? Star Trek 4 Voyage Home. Yeah, original series cast. Okay. Yeah, like I think we agree that I think everyone who's right of mine would agree. That cast was not going to handle heavy topics well. Well, there we go, sniper monkeys. One thing this setup is going to have big trouble with is camos coming up. Or like the stealth zoms. Well, I don't know if there are any stealth zoms prior to 60. Don't know. That was fun, chat. But yeah, I think you were mentioning that it's frustrating analyzing these situations, and like for me, it's almost like a game, right? Like I get in a state, it's not quite a state of play, that's not an accurate way to describe it, but I get in a mental state where I can just separate out the factors that I want to analyze and not take it too personally or get too invested in it because I'm trying to abstract it away, right? Like I don't want to be too invested in it because that could skew the results of what I'm trying to figure out. But of course, at some point I have to then ask myself, okay, should my level of investment affect the outcome of my decision, or what decision I come up with? Detroit Become Human was a game with it was a moral dilemma game. Yeah. People were waiting for those creators to develop a Star Wars game with that in it, but it was canceled. Yeah, a moral dilemma game is a tough one to put together. Simply because real life has way more variability than any game could ever have, right? You think the game did pretty good? I thought it did an interesting job of telling specific stories, but even if we boil down some type of moral consideration to something very, very simple, even in the most simple of circumstances, there's a lot of factors to consider and a lot of variables at play that should shift the outcome. Whereas video games, especially like Detroit Become Human, the most they're able to throw together is a dozen variables, right? Just because for every variable you add in a game like this to any decision, you exponentially grow development time and testing time. Yeah, tough to be completely nonlinear. I'm not even talking about nonlinear, right? I'm like, even if you boil it down to like a game that's just a single scene, right? A single conversation. The branching would be really hard to implement. That's what I'm getting at. So like, it doesn't matter how small you make the scope if you're trying to model reality, because even if it's a single question being asked, there's potentially an infinite number of answers, right? And so that's just a limitation of games that we kind of have to accept. And I think the measure of quality in a game like this is not even necessarily how many different potential outcomes there are to a given question, but how believable is the scenario, and the taking in, how believably do the characters take into account the variables that should be taken into account. There you go. That's my thoughts on that. Okay, let's figure out what video we're gonna upload to Rumble. So I'm not doing anything from the Twitch days. I think the success is how much it gets you thinking afterward in terms of the dilemma. I disagree. For a very specific reason. If you and I are talking about a movie that does this really, really badly, but we get into, or a game that does this really, really badly, like they ask the question, are these robots people? And a child walks up and goes, no, they're robots, end of game. Okay, I think you and I would both agree that's really poorly done. But then you and I proceed to have an 8-hour conversation about autonomy of robotics, of robots, of artificial intelligence and all that stuff. We have an 8-hour conversation, super in depth. Does that now make the game good? Because how much you get to thinking about something after a prompt, I believe says more about the people doing the discussing or the people doing the thinking than it does about the thing prompting those thoughts. Let's see. I guess we'll be uploading this guy. Adding enemy health, damage, and death animations. That feels like ages ago. I guess it was almost a month ago. Let's see. How do we upload videos? Upload video. Select a video to upload. Yes, sir. Stream. Your description. I should probably just steal the description from YouTube, huh? Also, I need to fix my descriptions on YouTube. If you had fun and learned something, please consider supporting the channel at Ko-fi. Ko-fi? There you go. Supporters gain access to game dev tools produced by DumDum, as well as special roles in the DumDum Make Game Community Discord. Cool. Oh, wait, what? To make external lanes clickable, first complete a one-time verification. Okay, we'll work on that at another time. Let's see. Okay, I'll counter what you say with a challenge of a guy who wrote the shortest story ever. But in the case of the game, yes, bad game. But in the case of the story, not necessarily bad story. Here's the shortest story ever. For sale, baby shoes, never worn. Okay. I agree, there's a lot of unanswered questions there. Does that make it good? Like, if I just don't give you information, does that make it good? Right? Like, we could talk endlessly about what that story could mean. That doesn't necessarily make it good, though, right? I guess we are in technology? No, gaming, I think is where I wanted to put this. Software and development. Okay, that's where I'll put it. I think it depends on what the definition of good is. Okay. What's your definition of good? That's an interesting question, right? What is your definition of good? It's a hard one to answer. Or at least, if you've put a proper amount of thought into it, it should be a difficult thing to answer. Good to me is if it gets me thinking on a deeper level, and if it is immersive, basic story, but for a game it's different. Gets you thinking on a deeper level. That's what makes a good story. Which I think you've just opened up a can of worms, because then there's, what is your definition of immersive? For me, I like to draw a distinction between what I like and what I call good. So there's things that I like, and that's just my emotional response to the thing, right? And then there is, do I consider that thing good? Example. Scary Movie 3. I think most people would agree this is an objectively bad movie. It's not well written. The characters don't do things that make sense. Events just sort of happen that don't have a through line, no continuity. I love it. I enjoy watching this movie so much. Still bad. Another great example is Troll 2. This movie is one of my favorites to watch and to share with people because it is so bad. Like, I enjoy it because it's bad. So my question to you would be, you qualified good as being, or described good as being something that gets you thinking on a deeper level. Well, is that something that's good, or is that something that you like? And is there a separation there? Because for me, I draw a clear distinction between like versus good. Movie was so awful. And this might be my favorite actress of all time because of this movie. She is absolutely nutty in this. She makes no sense. He's over the top, and I love it. I think there is value in something that makes you critically think about things. Okay. I believe you can derive value from that. I agree. But anything can theoretically make you think critically, right? So if I see a car drive down the road and drive over a pothole and go bumpity bumpity bump, and I decide, or like that prompts me to think critically about how to improve tire design for cars. Well, that doesn't say a whole lot about the pothole, right? The pothole just is. Like, good, bad, indifferent, whatever, it just is. It's not... There's no value inherent to the pothole prompting me to think critically. It is me, because of who I am, thinking critically about the problem before me. And I think that, at the very least, is a confounding variable in your definition of good. Because what your definition would convey is, if there's one person who is very bad at thinking critically and they watch that movie, well, when they watch the movie, it's a bad movie. But if Still Needs Work thinks super critically after watching the movie, well, then when you watch it, it's suddenly a good movie. So, which is it? Now, if both of you are watching the same movie at the same time, and they don't think critically afterward, but you do, what do you do? Is it a good movie? Well, good is subjective. I disagree. I think that it's too easy for people to say good is a subjective thing. I think, and I also think that having terms like good be purely subjective makes them meaningless, right? So if good on its own is just a purely subjective thing, then why would you ever ask someone if it's a good movie? Right? Because that becomes a useless question, unless you're also going to follow up with, why was it a good movie? In which case, so is good a hybrid of subjective and objective, maybe? I think that's a better definition. I don't know that it's I still don't know if it's a great definition, because then you have to get into the quibbling of how much is it subjective? How much is it objective? Or if a movie is objective, like Troll 2 is a great example. Troll 2 is, by any objective standard you can possibly come up with, a terrible movie. However, my subjective enjoyment of it is through the roof. Does the fact that I value it so highly subjectively override the objective standards of it being bad? Like, does it suddenly become good because I value it so much subjectively? By that same token, could a movie be objectively so good that by any objective standards that you'd measure it good, regardless of the fact that everyone hates the movie, does that override it being good? That one to me is a lot harder. It's subjective based on what a person considers to be of value and not of value. So if exploring in a game is of value to the person, then a game where you mainly explore a world becomes good to that person, but another person who puts value on combat would see that as bad. Right? Which to me says that that definition of good isn't useful. Like, that application of the word and that definition, that doesn't, to me, like the way you're describing that word, it doesn't help anyone. Like, if I try to tell you it's a good game, what have I told you about the game? Like, if I say to you, okay, let's pick a random game. The Curious Case of the Stolen Pets is a very good game. What has that sentence communicated to you? And what value is that sentence to you in terms of deciding whether or not you would want to get the game? Is that a useful term? Is that a useful sentence? It does in terms of if you put a value number to each of those aspects. No. I have just told you it's a good game. That's the only thing I've said to you. Is that sentence useful in any way? And Dum Dum over here just giving chat massive side eye. Oh, love it. Anyway, I think these are all interesting things that I want to leave you all to consider. So, first video is in the works. And I want to keep putting this and catch up to YouTube. Okay. Well, if I know you, it could be. If I don't know you, it might not be. So why don't we just come up with a definition of good that could be useful to anyone? And then also have a separate sentence with a separate word called like. I like the game a lot. To me, that's more useful. So that way, like, I cannot stand 99% of shooters, FPSs. Like, I just don't have fun with them. I don't like them. I don't like the control scheme. I don't like the mechanics. I don't... Just the structure of point and shoot. I don't enjoy that experience. That doesn't mean I can't analyze whether or not an FPS is good. Of course I can do that. And I can convey to someone whether or not it's a good game, regardless of what my personal experience is of that genre, right? And I think that becomes far more useful. Like, I can convey to someone I think this is an excellent game, though I don't like it. And for someone who doesn't know me, that communicates to them, okay, it's probably a high quality game, but I'm probably not going to get a lot more information out of this person. Because good is covering both things on a macro and micro level. Even if you go on a micro level, I don't think that fixes the problem though, right? Like, if we're talking about a exploration game that's open world, and I say the terrain is good, and I also say I dislike the terrain, are those opposites? No. I could acknowledge that the terrain is well designed, but that I don't like it. Example. In Genshin Impact, the deserts, Genshin Impact, Sumeru Desert. But why can't it be useful in those situations? So you're pointing out that when I say the terrain is good, it's not useful to say that. I would argue it's very useful to say that. So I think it's perfectly fine for me to say the terrain of the Sumeru deserts is good, and I don't like them. What am I communicating? I'm communicating that the areas have a high level of detail. I'm communicating that they are realistic in their structure and depictions based on what we know of reality, right? What actually occurs in nature. That they have interesting landscapes. That it's explorable because we presuppose it's an open world exploration game. Like it's navigable, you aren't constantly blocked off. I've communicated all of that by saying good, but I don't like it. Because stylistically, I don't care for deserts. They're boring to me. And I don't like the colors involved in a desert versus the Sumeru rainforest areas. To me, that structure of the word good is so much more useful because it conveys information that is irrespective of who is the person saying it. And I think it's useful to have a term for that. Now, you might also want to know what I like in a game, because maybe, so here it matters what you mean by terrain, in the case of assumptions of what it means. What are the different things terrain could mean? If someone assumes terrain means something else, then it's not useful. Well, you're right. If we are speaking different languages, then it's not useful, but... Okay, what's your point? You've lost me. Like, we do have, like, in ironing out a useful definition of good, we do have to presuppose that the two people talking are using the same language, right? So, say you say the terrain is good, and someone interprets that to mean that it doesn't interfere with gameplay. Okay. I think that is a fair definition of good for good terrain. I agree. I think that would be part of a standard definition of what good terrain is. But let's say it does interfere with combat, but you meant that by aesthetics. I think that then you have to drill down into it. If you're saying something is good, that statement needs to be all-encompassing of all objective measures. Now, aesthetics cannot be, like, purely aesthetical things cannot be part of a definition of good as far as what I'm trying to posit here, because that's not going to be universal. That's not useful, right? Like, I prefer, just in terms of colors, my favorite visual is a gradient of robin's egg blue into medium purple into a violet red. I like that gradient a lot. Okay? But that doesn't say anything objective about that gradient, right? Now, I think in terms of aesthetics, good will almost certainly mean high fidelity, right? So I would never say that the graphics in Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past are good. I don't think that's a useful sentence. I might say the graphics in Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past are good for the era. Or I might say they are very good 16-bit assets. I might say that. But just the statement, just the plain statement, the graphics are good for that game, I don't think that, I feel like that would be incorrect to say. Does that make sense? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know, chat. But in any case, what I try to do is come up with a definition of good and apply it in a way that is going to be useful to as many people as possible. So, because I'm communicating to, ideally someday I'll be talking to thousands of people, right, here on stream. Well, I want the things I say to be as applicable and useful to as many people as possible. So if I'm going to call something good, I want to make sure it's stuff that is broadly applicable. And broadly isn't even the right term. I want it to be objectively applicable. So it takes out my personal preference. So good could mean that they are healthy without bad ingredients if one person... Wait. The cookies are good, so who says it matters? So good could mean that they are healthy without bad ingredients if one person says it. Another person says the cookies are good because they taste delicious to them. So I would say that cookies are something that cannot be defined as good. I'd have to really think about it, but my gut reaction is that cookies cannot be defined as good or bad. You might be able to define them as bad. Might. Because anything else breaks down very quickly. For example, one standard of good that I've heard many times is good is a measure of how well something sought out to accomplish the thing it was designed to accomplish, right? And But the problem with that definition is, and sorry, let me start it by explaining. The reason that might be a good definition is because it is a broadly applicable definition, right? So if someone wants to create a cookie that is healthy, then it can be a good cookie, even if it tastes horrible, because it was not meant to taste good. It was meant to be healthy. Alternatively, if someone wants to make a cookie that tastes delicious, then the fact that it's unhealthy is not even a factor in determining if it's good, right? So that gives that relativeness. However, if I set out, like my goal is to create a burnt, dry, crunchy, awful cookie that no one would ever like the taste of. That's my goal. And then I accidentally make a cookie that tastes amazing, the best cookie anyone's ever eaten, and has 0 calories and 0 fats, 0 sugars. It's perfect. But I set out to make something awful. Is that cookie bad? Well, by that definition of good, certainly it's bad. But is that a definition that anyone's going to find useful? Like, you found the perfect cookie, but definitionally it's bad. What does that even mean then? Right? And I think it's fair for a word like good to have different definitions based on what it's being applied to, right? So I think it's fair in the case of a cookie for good to take 2 factors into account as preeminent. First, it tastes good, assuming you like the type of cookie that we're talking about. I think that's a fair assessment. Second is that it has aesthetic appeal. It doesn't look like something that you would find revolting, right? But that's also part of why I think cookies may actually be something you cannot define as good. I think there may not be an objective measure there. I think you can quantify them as tasty. I think you can quantify them as pretty, but those are all like subjective measures still. I think to have a useful measure of good, like, I don't see the common use of the word good as being useful when we already have the word like, or enjoy, or appreciate, right? We have all these words for conveying the meaning, I subjectively like this thing, right? I subjectively place a high value on this thing. We have so many ways to say that phrase. How do you say this has a high objective value? What word or phrase can you use to succinctly convey the idea this thing I'm talking about has a high objective value? I think the word we should be using for that is the word good. And I think within the context of the thing you're describing, there are different objective measures that apply, right? So this is a good building. Well, it's not falling over in a slight breeze. I think we would agree that's part of being a good building, right? And I don't think anyone's going to try and argue differently. Like, when it comes to certain things we describe as good, we all understand that there are objective measures. But for whatever reason, when we start applying that same word to other things, we just upend the definition of good. And like good for a building would be like I said, good construction, meaning it's sturdy. It's not getting destroyed easily. It has economic use of space. What about the phrase good to go? What do you mean? What are you asking? Are you asking what the word good in that sentence means? It would mean prepared, right? The objective definition of good as applied in that sentence is meeting all or the majority of requirements for go. It's a use of the word good in a case of objective. Yeah, I agree. There is an objective measure there. There is no subjectiveness. I disagree with that. I think people use that term subjectively all the time. Right? Like, if I'm asking you, are you ready to go to the movies? That's going to be my example forever. And you say, I'm good to go. You could mean that you have met all of the physical requirements to be able to go. Or you could mean, yes, I am now emotionally ready to go to the movie. Like, I didn't feel like going earlier, but now I'm good to go. Okay. Well, that's no longer objective. I think people use it that way as well. I'm happy for phrases like good to go to just be idioms that we all sort of culturally accept. That's not what I'm trying to tackle here, right? Common idiom. Like, snug as a bug in a rug. Okay. That sentence, that phrase has nothing to do with bugs or rugs at all. That doesn't mean that it changes the definition of bug or rug. A text says that, and it's a fully objective statement in the case of the term good. Okay. But if we're talking about a tech, meaning someone who is some sort of engineer type in a technical field, very commonly they have a dictionary, right? Like, so that doesn't change the fact that there is a strict definition, like, and a definition that is separate from the societal definition. But I think we've gotten way too into the weeds now on that particular one. Like, we've now gone on to like a tangent of a tangent. And I think it's time for me to end stream chat. Because this is being accomplished right now. Like, by the time I get done. However, please, please, please bring these thoughts, kinds of thoughts up in streams. While they do kill my productivity, I love talking about them, and I think there's going to be a lot of people who want to hear this kind of stuff. And I will moderate the impact on productivity, so don't you worry about that. Like, if I feel like I need to be more productive, I will take notes and bring it back up at a later time. But always bring these types of discussion topics up. I love digging into them. And I think it's useful to the audience, right? Like, I think breaking down commonly held assumptions is the way you develop and grow your understanding of these things in ways that most people will never even attempt to develop. And that's part of how we all become our better selves. So, there we are. I think it helps the game design on some level. I think it does as well, but I think that is a very difficult thing to describe how that happens in understanding things like this. Absolutely. But explaining how this understanding will improve game development is, I could write a like 5-day long seminar to just try and itch scratch the surface of that concept. Like, that's such a deep and removed and like complex thing. Anyway. So, everyone, if you had fun today and liked what you saw, please consider donating at my Ko-fi in the description. You will get access to any dev tools I've made for game development, as well as unique Discord roles. Please come and chat with us on the Discord. So, thank you all for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. And above all, I hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.